Hey, what's up, Sister Lynn? God bless you. Thank you for coming. I hope you had an awesome Thanksgiving. I appreciate you being here. What's up, Proud Mom Susanna? Thanks for coming. Cindy, thank you for coming. I hope everybody's doing well. Blessings to all you guys during this holiday season. Have an awesome weekend, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Blessings to you and your family too, Sister Lynn. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope your son and grandkids are doing good. I appreciate all of you guys stopping by. And I'm here. I am here, hanging on tight, going through a little bit of stuff, but I'm all right. Thank you so much. God bless. I appreciate the support, everybody, and you guys all know that you guys support me and I support you guys. I just recently been by your house, Sister Lynn, and proud mom Susanna. I've been by your house recently too, and I believe I have a new sister, Cindy, in the building, so I'm going to go check her right now. If I'm saying her name right, I hope I am. happening, everybody? How y'all doing? Happy holiday season, y'all. I hope everybody enjoyed Thanksgiving because this is Thanksgiving weekend. So let's keep eating, y'all. Let's keep eating. What is happening? Goodness gracious, I'm sorry I missed y'all. I done made some turkey soup, y'all. How you doing, Sister D in the house? Hey, boo. How are you, Miss Kite? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming. Love you, sis. I've been trying to make sure that we keep in touch. Thank you so much, Sister Lynn, for the blessing. Thank you. Hello, Sis Patty. What's up, y'all? Hey, Paul. I'm sorry I missed you. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope everybody is happy and whole. I know a lot of people have different religions and things of that. I know a lot of people had celebrated Thanksgiving differently that live in Canada, but I just, hope that everybody has enough to eat and doing all right. And I just appreciate you guys, and I'm here for you guys as well as y'all stopping by, taking care and thinking about me. I appreciate it, you guys. It's been amazing to come out here on YT and run up on some of the best. Some of the best. I'm telling you, see, this is what when we click together like this, this is what God wants from us, as far as each other's concerned, because we are what, brothers from another mother and sisters from another mister. We all are family, and it is more important to take care of people and care about people that you don't even know than just your own family. And a lot of people forget that, but I do know. I do know. And thank you so much, Sister Lynn, for the blessings. You guys just don't know how much this means to me. What's up at the Bud Files? How y'all doing? I thank you guys dearly. I really do. And there's not enough words that I can say to really get at you guys, so you guys can really understand how I feel. But it's been, amazing to come out here on these YouTube streets and be able to bond and find people that you can really relate to and have a good time. I appreciate it. She said this has been a great weekend, healthy and lots of good eats. Yes, it has, Patty. I'm still doing it. I'm gonna tell you, honey, listen what I did. I sat down there and I plucked the rest of, because we had so much different food. Hey, peace and blessings to you. I love you, Sister D. You've been one of my girls. What I love about you, honey, you raw. You keep it real, cool, and copacetic, honey. I love it. And be throwing down over there too. And we've been riding and rocking and rolling for a long time, honey, and I'm still here for it. And I tell you what I did. I set up here, y'all, and I went in there because you know how it gets. We done already had you know how we do. We already done had some turkey sandwiches. You know how y'all do with that turkey, because there's always a lot of turkey left. Even though we had a little different occasion this year, we did kind of like a Friendsgiving, and then I brought whatever was left that I was able to take home for me and my family to nosh on for a couple of more days before anybody have to start any heavy duty cooking. So we then went into the turkey sandwiches, which is always good. And then I decided today to pluck the rest of the meat off the bones and get that roux from the bottom of the pan that the turkey was in, because we had cut the turkey up, a lot of it up too, because some people like the drum, the wing, the breast. You know how it is, the way we do chicken. And y'all, I got in there and cut up me some potatoes and some other stuff, and I threw that in there. Well, not even a crock pot, my rice cooker, right quick, and made me a nice soup. Yes, I appreciate you too, sis. And you are one of the ones that I want to make sure that we keep in touch. Because I tell you this, and I'm going to say this honestly, you guys. I know for a fact that life is life. And I know that we all have a whole other part of our lives that we live outside of YouTube. You feel me? I understand that 100%, but I'm telling you, on these YouTube streets, anybody that know me, you rock with me, I rock with you. And it's one hand washes the other. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not doing this in a shady kind of way, because I know a lot of people have a hard time keeping up because you got so many supporters. But I promise you, like right now while I'm talking to you guys, there's like two people that I haven't been, the two new people here now. So I'm going to check them out while I'm talking to you guys. But for all of you guys, all of y'all can honestly say that's been in my life right now, except the two people that I just recently came to check you, because I play no games. I mean, on YouTube, you gotta, work together to help each other out. But I'm not coming to people's channels just so that they can see me pop my head in and be phony and corny just because I want you to come back to try to support me. I'm rocking and looking for real love. I ain't playing no games. You feel me? I have, a good, life. I got a good family. God is blessing me. So there's no need for me to come on YouTube just to be phony, to pretend. So I'm trying to hustle up a coin and all that kind of game. I really like to enjoy the content too. So I try to make sure that I'm not coming over to rock with somebody just to play games. I'm coming over because I enjoy the content, the friendship. And do you know how good that is when you're able to meet people and y'all can click like this and rock and roll together? Not playing no games, y'all, because this has been, listen to me. I came out on these YouTube streets, and I promise you, before I started doing Rruk of all, I had an actual channel. And you know, we go back, Sister D, you know me from way back. And you know, I used to cut it up. You know what I'm talking about. Gift for gab, honey. Turning it up worse than the sailor. And I decided to chill and come over here and do a little bit of Rruk of all, but I play no games. I'm not here to hurt, use, or take advantage of anybody. You understand what I mean? Friendships are priceless. And I know that with me, a lot of people try to throw dirt on me out here because I wasn't with the game. I wasn't with, as they say, the shits. I'm going to come out raw with it. I don't do that phoniness because I do, and no disrespect, but you know how you can tell when you got a group of people that they're really not with you, but they're pretending to be with you, but you can tell that they stick together more with each other, and there's nothing wrong with that. But see, I learned that, you know, I can't bend over, kiss my own ass, and I ain't going to do it with nobody else. I'm being raw, blatantly raw, and I don't want nobody, the super Christians, to come chasing down and bugging out because I speak the way I want to speak. I ain't playing no game. That's for the birds, baby, and I ain't got no damn wings. Only time I'm gonna have wings is when God come and get me, and I'm gonna fly up into heaven. You understand me? We got to do it right. Oh, I'm glad to. Yeah, I'm serious though, because we got to stop playing around here. Because I've been watching, you know what I mean, and I've had so many people, and what I don't understand is why people get so crazy out here on YT. You know what I mean? I've never, I've never done anything like where I'm coming on here with nasty intentions and phony and fake. I'm not rocking with people. If we don't got it, we ain't got it. You understand what I'm saying? If I got a problem with somebody, I can reach out to them privately. I don't have to come on here trying to bash nobody's name, ruin their channel, play games, phony, popping by knowing that I don't like you. Because I'm going to tell you, y'all, I've been learning a lot of stuff about these YouTube streets, yo. Dark in the trenches, and I promise you, everybody keeps saying trolls. Well, honey, don't be trolls. Sometimes people don't realize the folks that's closest to you are your enemies. And sometimes you will have a supporter, whether it be online or in your personal life, a sister, sister-in-law, aunt, cousin, and they can laugh in your face and rock with you and put on some kind of fake channel and come and be against you. Now, all that stuff right there, that's that bad juju. You get what I'm saying? I don't play those kind of games. And I keep trying to explain, I'm over here to chill. I had a channel that was off the chain, you guys. I promise you. I still got the channel. And if I let loose, you know, I used to go who's rich and famous. I, you know, cussing worse than the sailor. I was turning it up. But I changed up a little bit because I'm trying to work better on my salvation. But I ain't no fake Christian. I don't go by no certain denomination or none of that. I'm not trying to act like I don't swear, cuss, get mad, have negative thoughts. Because, see, that's that phony stuff. People come and try to do a Bible study and a teaching and that, and then you catch them on the other hand over here, toe up drunk, which ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, I'm not going to front like that. I'm gonna show you what it is, and that's what it is. And anybody that knows me, I have not really ever really physically been full frame on the camera the way I'd like to, because I'm not. I'm gonna say it like this. I used to be in that victim mentality, but I'm not a victim anymore. I'm a victor. I've been through some atrocities in my life, y'all, and I promise you, no fault of my own. I ain't playing with it. You know what I mean? But I got myself where, you know, people were actually, one of the things that occurred with me and a few coworkers is that we got caught up because of the type of work we do. And see, one thing people don't realize is that when you have certain types of jobs, you have to deal with people's family members, whether it be removing abused child from the home, a handicapped child. You understand what I mean? And the type of work that I do, a few of us, one of the jobs that I do, a few of us got certain type of job descriptions that can put you in harm's way. I'm gonna keep it real. That was a situation that is something that ended up being court proceedings, and it's not just me. A couple of other co-workers been going through this too, where we had people that, you know, just say you had to remove or do something like that, and then they seen you outside of work up in Walmart somewhere and want to tussle. I know y'all know where I'm going at with this. Or you've had people where you had to go to court because you had to say this child had this wrong, this one had that. I'm just trying to give you a synopsis. And then when you're in some type of relationship with somebody and they don't know when it's over. You get what I'm saying? No joke, no games. The same too for you, sweetie. I promise you. The same. I feel the same way about you too, Miss D. I'm telling you, folks don't understand. You got to get it how you live. And I promise you, I'm claiming my victory. One of these days, I'm gonna get on this camera. I'm gonna turn up the way I want it. You know what I mean? Like really be physically on the camera. But see, when you live like I live and been through what I've been through, and I know this ain't nothing new because y'all grown women, and you know Miss Sister Kite. So we used to talk about this before. You get them old crazy ones. You know what I'm trying to tell you? I'm trying not to let the cat out the bag because I'm trying to keep my low profile. But I promise you, see, people don't know what it's like when you got to pack up and move. You could have just moved somewhere, just bought a house, got to get a new car. Doctor can't even have a mailbox. Come on, I'm giving y'all a little bit of, gems. I'm just dropping a little something so you can, follow the breadcrumbs and get an idea what I'm talking about. So for safety reasons, that's the reason why I don't come on. You know what I mean? And then as far as me and my physical and personal life, I don't fool with a whole lot of coworkers and all that kind of stuff because I have to make sure I'm safe. And I've had to do paperwork where you got to put something against a third party. Like if you got a person that's trying to do something to you and you got them in line, so then they know that you got some orders against them. So then they send their mama, aunt, cousin. It's just crazy, especially at jobs. It's like I'm gonna give you an example. I was up in this store one day here, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I was up in this store, and I was the second person in line, and the girl that was the cashier said, you know, I'm gonna have to stop because it's my break time and you guys can wait a minute because another cashier is going to come in. And when she did that, we got checked out, and when we went outside, well, the people that was before me, when we got outside, the girl that was in line wanted to fight the cashier. So do you know how crazy it gets out here when people act a fool like that when you do that type of work? I got another situation. I got my mechanic people they're family business, and I mean a real legitimate business too, not just like a backyard mechanic. But her son just graduated from school. He's a police officer, and he ended up going somewhere where he had to arrest somebody. And anytime a police officer arrests somebody, you have to appear in court. So he went to court, and this person that he ended up arresting was already on probation. So now they got to do a solid 5 years. So when he had his time off work, hanging out, young guy, 25, going to a party, the friends of the same guy that he put in jail attacked him. You understand? This is part of me not being on camera, and why is because of work I did. You could be a social worker, and you had to remove kids from home, and then you somewhere shopping in Winn-Dixie's, and the family of the child that you removed from the home jump on you because you're outside of the courthouse type of stuff. You know what I mean? I don't want to make this too much of a drama, but it has something to do with, and that's why I'm not on camera, because of a lot of different stuff like that. And like I said, in the personal life, you already know how it is. You fool around with these old fools. You can get with a man, anybody, and he turned out to be somebody else after 5, 6 years. Y'all know anyway. Yeah. And like I said before, we want to do things the right way. We want to be the best we can. But y'all, I promise you, anybody that I come over and check, it's all about really touching base and enjoying this thing called life. Because, we all got one life to live. And, honey, we don't even know if we're going to, be alive the next 5 minutes from now, because life is lifing. You know what I mean? You got to go through something to get through something. And folks out here be doing so much stuff that you don't even know what's really good. And I've had a lot of problems here on YT with people trying to throw dirt on me and start up a whole bunch of stuff that I don't even have nothing to do with, man. I've had gotten so bad on here that I started, and see, I don't let nobody control my narrative. That's one thing I don't do. And like I said, I had that victim mentality for a long time because I was a victim because of what I've been through. But as God started rebuilding me, I realized I am a victor. You understand what I mean? And I don't have that victim mentality, but I can speak about it and even still feel some of the emotions. But I'm stronger, and I'm okay, and I'm on my way. But I really, really don't come out here to hurt nobody. And I've had so many people, every time I start trying to get a positive crowd, I start getting a lot of these weird people. I don't know what they be doing, but they come on and they act like they're your friends. And then I start getting people telling me, oh, Rruk, you need to watch out because there was a girl that been coming, but I could tell that she wasn't your friend. And this guy over here, that's all he does is come in your lives trying to suck up people. And I kept saying, I don't know why, because I want everybody to be friends. You guys don't have to associate just through me. Y'all can do your own thing, and maybe y'all like each other content better than you do hanging out with me. But we ain't backstabbing, you know what I mean? We ain't flinging no daggers. Stuff. riding or you're walking. You know what I mean? Flying backwards. Coming from. But I just had a whole lot of different people that kept coming around, and you would think that they're your homies and that they're cool with you, and they're stirring up a pot. You know what I mean? I had some folks that have came into my life and seen some people in my life that they don't get along with, and they get mad at me because I don't even know nothing about it. And then they start acting some kind of way, and I said, you know what? I'm not gonna be bothered with that. I'm not gonna be bothered with that. I'm just gonna, when you got people that that's drama and a whole bunch of foolishness, you just as they say, just let it go. Let it go. And that's basically what I've been doing. And that's why I keep this nice and quiet over here. I'm not looking to try to kick off $1 million on YouTube. I'm not here to use people to try to build me up, because God butters my bread daily. So I don't have to play no games. I've been blessed with a good life and a good career. I don't have to be bothered with coming on this YouTube street expecting to try to make $1 million to big up myself, or thinking I'm going to become famous. I'm just, living my life, and I can't be nobody but me, and I like me. You know what I mean? So ain't nothing else here to gain. So we all got to ride and flow properly together. And I tell you, I support, and I think I may, because my family tell me I support too hard. But that's how I am, because I want to see everybody win. You know what I mean? I want to see everybody get to where they need to be and live this thing called life and do the best they can. When I get caught slipping, because a lot of times ain't nobody going to catch you. Life has changed so much that people are more a part of being cool than they are, really caring about each other and watching each other's back. Because I'm telling you, people, see, this is what we're not understanding. A lot of us, a lot of us think that as long as we are taking care of our family, our husband, our neighbor, that we're doing the right thing. But it's more to it than that. You got to love everybody. Everybody. Oh, excuse me. And that was a sneeze. That pepper. And a lot of times, we all get caught out here and we don't realize, you know what I mean? We don't realize that, Rome wasn't built overnight. And, you got to go through something to get to something. And I know with me and a lot of people, sometimes folks learn more by their mistakes, what I mean, than getting it right the first time around. Because sometimes folks got to get that hard knock just to wake up on the other side and say, I'm human, I'm real, I'm living, I'm breathing. Because a lot of times we get lost. We slip off, Faith is a perspective. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. Faith is it really is a perspective. A lot of people don't think about that. You don't let anyone or anything come before God. Make it to the finish line. When you wake up, you ask Him to guide you through the day. When things get hard, don't give up. Lord, help me. Say, Lord, help me. Because I'm telling you, I got a lot of them times, y'all. I tell you, listen, no matter what, and I'm going to tell you this too, and what bothers me that people don't seem to understand that a lot of folks are idolizing people that ain't even who they show you that they are. Just like all of this stuff going down with these famous people, everybody don't seem to understand that you may know the money, but you don't know the man. You know what I mean? Or the woman. You could get somebody, oh, I love her, and this is Beyonce, and blah, 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 and all that, but you don't know who she really is other than what she shows us. See, that's not enough. Do you know her social security number? You understand where I'm coming from? A lot of this stuff is not just about because they're a good performer or because they're rich. It's who they are deep down inside. And a lot of times people are going to show you what they want you to see because they're hiding. You know what I mean? And a lot of stuff is people's private business. But I know for me, I can't play those games. You got to really pay attention to that. You're not supposed to let people run you over either. And a lot of people think because when you're walking with God that there's some kind of halo over your head. And that's the thing, ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. We really got to pay attention to that because I've been watching this thing. And sometimes, too, like with this YouTube, sometimes you got to bump and grind on here, man. You got to bump and keep going. Bump and keep going, because if you start getting too serious and caught up with folks and you don't realize that they really are for you, then you end up getting your feelings hurt out here. And I ain't gonna lie, I have been through a little bit of stuff here on YT with people that I thought was cool. And and a bunch of foolishness come up out of it. I had a trip a while back with some folks that came through here like a storm, y'all. I didn't even know which way was up because I had no idea what was going on. And sometimes when you on these platforms or even at work, co-workers. Sometimes people will let you know something that you may not even notice. Because see, we know what Decepticons are. You know what I'm saying? We know what Decepticons are. And God has the medicine for our souls. Put God first. God has power over the devil. Don't give God a reason to think you ain't willing to make it. You got to let him know because he ain't going to force you. And I don't want to talk you guys to death because I know everybody's busy. And, this to me is still what, Thanksgiving weekend. So I'm not going to talk y'all to death because I know a lot of people, you get that itis. A lot of people had to work on Thanksgiving. A lot of people had to go right back to work the next day. So I know it's still, and this Thanksgiving is going to be flowing everybody right into preparing for the Christmas season. And New Year's is right around the corner. And see, the thing is, see that phony stuff too, when you're not living living right half the year. And then as soon as, oh, happy Easter, Merry Christmas. It's, and everybody gets in the spirit, but you're supposed to be in the spirit all the time. That's the whole thing. Folks don't understand that you got to, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And it's a lot of it is faking the funk because you're not really living in it. And God may not get you out of something, but he will get you through. Trust in him in the midst of the storm. And every storm ain't in the forecast. You understand what I'm saying? Honor and shame is two sides of a coin. We have to always remember that. He comes to us in the Holy Spirit. That's why we can't see him, and that's why a lot of people don't believe he's real. Because they feel that with being into this perspective, people don't understand that there is nobody that can really show you what it is to be a real Christian. Because can't none of us say that we have not sinned. So it don't matter if you got this super duper pastor. Even when you have a newborn baby, the baby comes as a clean slate, but they're already born into a world of sin. You know what I mean? And in this life, love and hate will never be friends. So we have to keep that in mind. You are not going to be anybody that's going to tell you exactly what to do and how to be a Christian. That's on you. Your salvation is between you and God. And if you run around here toe down, that's what it's going to be. Can't nobody get saved for you. And you can't force, things to happen. You got to want it to happen. You got to sacrifice, live into it, speak into it. Let me stop talking, y'all, because y'all probably done left off here, and I'm just rattling off at the mouth. So I am going to stop talking, and I'm going to put on some type of music here. But I like the waterfall flow. But I also like to put in a little bit of music here too, so that we can have a little bit of something different just to groove to for a minute there. So let's see what's up. Let's check this out. Bam. Go. Oh, Patty, I didn't know you was here. I forgot you be coming here and be chilling in the background. I am so sorry. I done turned the music on and started doing something else. Yes, honey. I don't know what it be, Patty, but that's why I be, I come on here and try to chop it up for real. But I don't fool around too much. And you notice I've cut down on the lives and stuff because I don't like the foolishness. You know what I mean? I don't be bothered with it. It doesn't matter of how I say that I like to express myself and talk and, keep it real in them kind of ways, but I don't do the drama. You know what I mean? I don't do the self-loathe and the hurting in people and stuff. I chills. And I think a lot of people get twisted up, and I promise you, a lot of times you can be out here in the world thinking that, oh, I ain't doing nothing in this little old small spot I got over here. I ain't doing nothing much, but the people, some people admire you, even though you feel like you may not even be popping like that, and then they have it in for you, And this ain't just out here on YouTube. This is in the world. There's always somebody, waiting and lurking to pounce instead of enjoying life. Because see, what people don't realize, life is like a boomerang. What you put out is what you get back. I don't care what season and when it is coming back to you. Anytime you darken somebody else's doorstep, your light ain't gonna always shine. You feel me? Anytime that you darken somebody's doorstep, your light ain't gonna always shine. You get what I'm saying? Say it. Just say it for yourself, honey. I'm telling you. This is what I keep saying. There is a lot of stuff that we know that you wouldn't want to see nobody do, or you would consider a person as a Christian if they do it. But in actuality, that ain't even none of our business. That's all up to God. You know what I mean? Because I may be doing something that somebody else that's a Christian that say is wrong, and I ain't gonna be able to get into heaven. And that may not be what God looks at. God may see it differently. That's why I don't like to judge people or be up in anybody's business or running amok. Even in my personal life, I can't do it. It don't feel right. Just to be around here laughing around and acting like a fool. You know what I mean? Instead of getting somewhere chilling and hoping you got another day to come in. You know what I mean? Opposed to just throwing it all away and don't know what's going on. Just be at peace. You know what I mean? Just like I have and I'm gonna say this here, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I had somebody's live that I went to, and they said, "Oh, well, where you been?" The thing is, I've been supporting you 80,000 times, and you never come see me at all. And I'm not mad. I leave it alone. But you know that I know, because I promise you, I can go back and show you how many times I've been to see you and I never hear from you. So I figure maybe you didn't want me around, and I'm not upset about it. I just stopped coming. But I don't never leave nobody hanging. Never. What's up? What's up, Jenny in the building? What I want? Big up. How you doing? Blessings to you, Jenny. I hope you had an awesome Thanksgiving. We still celebrating throughout the whole of the weekend. We are going through, finish this month off thanking God for giving and appreciate receiving. You understand what I mean? I think we all are so used to being out here in the world thinking that as long as we get everything we want, that's what blessings are about, and it's not. You have to go through something to get to something. You understand me? This is not a game. This is not, oh, well, we didn't have much food. Oh, God don't love me now. Oh, because I don't got a new car, God don't love me. That's not how this thing works. It's not here to get. And you know, and they always say, ask and you will receive. But the thing is, God is not going to always give you what you want, but He will always give you what you need. And what we depend on here is the Holy Spirit to save us, but we have to do our part. This is what everybody keeps saying. Oh, I was upset and I prayed. Okay, when you're praying, but what are you doing? You're praying, but what are you doing? Are you doing your part? And this is why people don't understand why God gave us undeserved favor and mercy. We can't keep on sinning just because God is forgiving. We can't think that God don't love us soon as we don't get what we want or because we experience a loss or don't have. That's not an understanding of the Holy Spirit and the relationship to have with God. That's why He has given us free will. He's not going to force us to have a relationship with Him. He's not going to give us everything to make us love Him. We have to reach out and be willing to accept Him in our lives. And that's the problem with everybody. They think they equate the relationship with God by getting everything they want. And you got to remember, Rome wasn't built overnight. Nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? We got to stop playing these games because I be looking at it and and I'm going to tell you guys, and I'm not trying to be, sad, sacking it or making anybody feel sorry for me. But, I just had two really big surgeries. And now I'll just say, just starting 2 weeks ago, no, I'll say back in October, I just went and got another in-office procedure done. And the procedure that I got done was supposed to last me 6 months. And it's not working out. So I had to go back and get another procedure. Now I got to meet with surgeons for something totally different. Do you think that I'm feeling that God has let me down? Earlier today, I kind of felt like, why always, and I caught myself, why always what? Why not me? I'm not exempt from anything. I'm not going to sit here and look on the news and say, oh, that poor lady got cancer, or that man got his leg cut off, like I'm somebody special. And so when something happened to you, you're looking at it like, well, you know what? Why me? Why anybody? Because in this world, love and hate will never be friends. That's why. And if you don't understand God, then you don't know what you're here for. You're not going to never get to where you need to be. Do you know that we cannot, this is what people don't understand. God will forgive you over and over again. Hello, Angela. How you doing, beautiful? Thank you for stopping in. Thank you all. Thank you for blessing me, Grandma Lynn, honey. You something else, girl. We think a lot alike, girl. Thank you so much, you guys, for being here. But I keep saying over and over again, yes, it is, ma'am. It's something else, and it's not even just that. There's another whole thing I'm dealing with the dexterity. We talked about this, Miss Angela. That's a whole different something. And see, this is my cross to bear. And of course, I'm going to have moments with all this medical stuff hopping around, feeling some kind of way. But I cannot allow that to affect how, what my relationship with God, because it's not just about what I'm going through physically. You see, whatever I had, even when I had the 2 surgeries, even with me, with possible 2 more surgeries coming up, just having surgery back here, I am not suffering in the soul the same as what I'm going through with the physical. If you don't know how to separate that, you will never win. If you don't understand that, you will never be able to understand who God is. The 2 most important days in your life are the days you are born and the day you find out. Yes, you find out why. Amen. Amen, Sister Lynn. And this is what I said. You know how it is, Sister Lynn. You hit that right on time, sister. You hit that right on time, because you just think about it, y'all. And I'm not trying to preach, judge nobody or come out here and be rude or nothing. But think about it. When you look at a headstone, right? When you go to the cemetery and you look at a headstone, just like pointing to what you're saying, Sister Lynn, you see the day you were born, a dash in the middle, and the day you died. What did you do with your dash? There we go. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Mark Twain. There we go. What did you do with your dash? You see where I'm coming from? What did you do with your dash? That's why it's not good to live with regret, but learn from your mistakes, because when you live with regret, it blocks your blessing and you don't learn. Because you're so worried about, it'll eat you up like a cancer. I just sat here, I promise you, yesterday evening, I sat here with a family member and I watched this girl's story, and it made me feel bad because I felt like I should have been doing something similar to what she's doing, and I had to catch myself and say, no, that's none of your business. This is your life. This is your life. Can't nobody walk in your shoes. This is what is for you. You're alive. You can see, hear, think. Whatever you got to go through, that is on you, how you travel through it. You get where I'm coming from? That is up to you. And if you start with a whole bunch of self-pity, that, you know, what's so hard about this for people is that if you don't understand the relationship and what your salvation means, you can't have a relationship with God, because if it's consistent of always getting what you want and thinking that you got to have this and that, and sometimes it's not about that. You could say, well, you know what? Just like with me, I remember back when I used to have to go, you know, when I was going to school, college. I used to have to, with people in tow with me. I used to have to go drop folks off, take a bus to drop them off, take a bus back up to another bus. And, sometimes taking 3 buses, 4 buses a day, and then, you sit back and think, well, why don't I have a car? It wasn't your time. That's why. That doesn't mean that God don't love you just because you didn't have a car at that time. What you went through was making you strong. Our strength today could be because of something bad that happened to us from last week, yesterday. You get what I'm saying? I've been learning that constantly, that it's not about feeling good all the time. You're going to have flu, colds. This is buildings. How can you go to heaven, though, y'all? And no disrespect. How can you make it to heaven if you don't know what love and hate is and what it is to be up high, in the middle, and down low? If you don't have no experience on life and emotions, how are you going to go to heaven if you don't know how to act right? You know what I mean? People don't know that all of this is a challenge. It's a journey. And we all have our cross to bear. And it doesn't matter what it consists of. And to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. We all have to learn how to deal with deaths better than what we do. Because a lot of times we don't realize, once you are released from the body, you are doing better than the people that's still on this horrible earth right now. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. And I mean, that consists of kids, babies die, grown folks die, our animals die. This is a whole lot of stuff that comes around full circles. Life is like a boomerang. What you put out there is what you get back. And if you believe in the midst of the storm, and you know that all the storms ain't in the forecast, honor and shame are 2 sides of a coin. You understand what I'm saying? You're up one minute, you're down the next minute, but it's what you do about it. You know what I mean? I'm glad you like the music. Thank you. Thank you so much. We got a lot going on here, y'all. I'm telling you. I promise you. I sat up here, y'all. Listen to me. I got so low yesterday. Out of the blue, I was talking to a family member, and I could not believe, but then I understood, because that's what some emotions that I need to process and work on how to react better to them, and don't let it take me too far. I got to where I felt like crying. Because I felt like, and I'm going to say this to you guys, and I'm not trying to act financially fit and brag and act a fool. I've had 2 houses that I had to let go and go back to renting. You understand what I'm saying? A better car, and had to let it go because of what? Safety reasons, hiding, trying to stay alive, trying not to be a victim again. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? When you can't have a mailbox, where you can't let people know where you live at, where you got to hurry up and pack up your stuff and go, and you just moved into place. You understand what I'm talking about? Take up your cross and follow me, he says. Amen. You know what I'm saying? This is not a game, but yet I'm still standing. But if I don't understand that faith is a perspective, I can't move on. I can't grow. And if I think that, if I just say, for instance, I want a new pair of shoes, but God gave me a coat instead. That doesn't mean he let me down. He know more about what I need than what I know. You understand what I'm saying? So I had to reboot to hear you. Oh, that's all right. I got the, I don't know if you hear, I changed the music, and then I had the waterfall. The waterfall might be on. If it's interrupting you or anything, please let me know, Patty. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff here that I keep bouncing up and down because you get confused. You got to remember, we got to work on our salvation and our connection with God, so the devil can't break that bond. But if you don't do it, he's ready to come in. Because see, sometimes what we do too as people, every time we do something wrong or have a negative thought, we want to blame the devil. But sometimes we have to take responsibility to know that it's us too. that are having the negative thoughts ourselves. And when the devil see that you're down, then he steps in and make it worse. But a lot of us have to take responsibility for our part in us giving up, us slipping and sliding and losing our salvation. And there is not going to be, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I don't care if you, whatever denomination you go by, Jehovah Witness, Baptist, Muslim, there's not going to be no person to tell you how good you're doing but God. Can't nobody tell you, oh, well, you smoke up, you're not going to heaven. You don't know what God got planned. That might have been something God, because God will let stuff happen to you. Now you got to remember, just because when bad things happen, that's not just the devil. Sometimes that's what God lets you go through so He can get to you and reach you, and sometimes it be you in your own way. Okay, yes, I turned that music off, Patty, but I do have a waterfall running. We got to remember that you can't expect that God is going to force you to have a relationship with Him. You got to be wanting to do this yourself. You can't you see, and I felt this way a little bit yesterday. Don't think you are buried when you're just planted. You understand what I mean? And that's how I was feeling yesterday, because I've been having a lot of victimizing things happen to me. You understand? And no fault of my own. And I'm not talking about the health issues. That's a whole nother story. I'm talking about people and atrocities against you. This is the life we live in. This is what's going to happen in this life. And no matter what we go through, good or bad, it's not wasted. I promise you. I've learned, how to go back, you guys. And I've been working on it. And save myself from the hurt feelings that I have about things that's happened to me in my past, things that I've done wrong, and get a better comprehension, because I'm at the right stage now to know better than what I did when I was 16, 15, 30. You understand where I'm coming from? I didn't know that. And that's because it wasn't my time yet. I remember I went to a doctor's appointment, and which ended up landing me to another doctor's appointment. And I was told that this appointment, if I didn't have the surgery and the treatment, I would not live. You understand what? And I promise you, I didn't know at that time. You know that saying, footprints in the sand of time? I did not feel the way everybody else would say you should feel. I felt peace, and that's because I carried you. Just like the guy said, God, where was you when my son died? He said, I was in the same place that I was when mine died. Do you understand what I mean? I didn't understand why I had so much peace, because at that time I didn't know my self-worth, and I didn't have the right kind of relationship with God. And that was Him that made me feel at peace. You know why? Because the place that I was at, there were people in there getting diagnosed, same as me, and other things. There was people there for recovery. Life was still lifing. When I left out, the birds was chirping, the sun was shining, everybody was still going on with life. So I had to live and go on my journey. But I didn't know that then, though. I did not know footprints in the sand of time. And He said, well, God, I only seen one set of footsteps. God said, because I carried you. You see what I'm trying to tell you? All of those glimmers of hope that we ignore because we're looking for the wrong thing, because we don't have the right comprehension of who God is. And you get a lot of people, I don't believe in God, I'm atheist, I don't believe in God, but as soon as you see them, you sneeze, oh, God bless you. Oh, praise the Lord. But you said you don't believe. You see where I'm coming from? You always count on Him when you can get what you want. But when you're being disciplined, then you got a problem with it. And that's the whole thing, that we have to go through something. How can you understand that God sacrificed His own Son, and we're supposed to be here though and not go through anything? How is that even fair? You remember Jesus was hung on the cross between two sinners. He walked with sinners, but He did not sin. Do you know the difference between that? Do people know that Jesus didn't just have the 12 disciples? There was a travel team, and the travel team consists of one person was a prostitute. The other one had 9 demons casted out of them. The disciples were a mess. The disciples were not no perfect guys. They were adulterers. Look at Moses. Moses carried the 10 commandments, but he violated one. Moses murdered someone. Think about it, y'all. Moses was the one that brought down the 10 commandments. And you know that we're not supposed to bear false witness against one another. We're not supposed to hurt one another. You understand what I'm saying? And Moses did that. But what did God do with that he did wrong? He turned it around, and Moses carried that. Even with the disciples, somebody had a gambling problem. Somebody was a liar. They argued and said which one of them was more closer to God than the other. This was the 12 disciples. They were imperfect, as we all are. As we all are. We all are imperfect. But God got our back, though, and y'all know it no matter what we do. And people don't understand, just like you can have two women here. This woman is a church woman, and this woman went to jail because she unlived her kids. Who do you think going to heaven? A lot of people always pick the church woman, but they don't know that this woman really wasn't saved. Wolf in sheep's clothing. You understand what I mean? We got to stop trying to tell somebody what it's supposed to be a Christian. There's nothing wrong with having studies and Bible groups and stuff, but you don't judge anyone. Walk in your own shoes and let people do what they're going to do. Your destiny is going to outweigh your history. Your destiny is greater than your past. God can make old things new again. Why when you go to funerals, especially when you go to the to the grave site, they always say ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Where does the soul go? You understand what I mean? The body is not needed no more. The soul is what you need to worry about. And everybody that passes on is in the safe mode until they're standing before God. Even if you got some of the criminals and pedophiles and murderers and all that, nobody has been placed where they're going to be. God is not going to chase you down and say, come, hurry up, come get your crown of life. You have to want that yourself. You know what I mean? People leave these stories, and like when you talk to people about the Bible, they'll talk to you, and the first thing they start with, Adam and Eve. Okay, well, what's going on with Adam and Eve? Well, Adam was here, and then, Eve was made from his rib. And then they had two sons, Cain and Abel, and one brother killed the other brother. And that's all they know about the story. It goes further than that. Adam lived to be over 800 and something years old, and him and Eve had another son after that. Listen, y'all, go further in the Bible so that you can know better what you're talking about. Don't just jump on a quick story and think you know something and talk to a little study group and a little here, a little there. You got to get that in you, and I'm not there yet. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not there. I trip on my own sword 50 million times a day. We have to believe to achieve. Don't let the evil of your haters bring you down. Sin blocks your blessings. On time is late. Come on, y'all. Think about it. We got to pay attention to all of this stuff because this is what we need to do. Don't let nobody stop you from that. Don't just ask God how to get into heaven. Ask him how to live on this earth so you can make it to heaven. How you doing, Reverend? How you doing, Rev J? Thanks for coming in. We got a lot of stuff that we got to do a lot better, and I'm so tired of myself getting falling down. I just went here and had these surgeries. Then I went, even during the time recovering from these surgeries, I had to go to another appointment to get a medical treatment right in office in September, October. And that procedure was supposed to last me for 6 months, and I started getting tore down 2 weeks ago. So I had to go back again, which was just Wednesday this week, and I had to get another procedure done after I had just got 2 procedures done. And that's not enough. I got to meet with a surgeon for 2 different surgeries. And if I have to get these surgeries, because the first time they checked me, I wasn't a candidate. You know what I mean? So I got to meet with the surgeon again to see if this stuff has progressed. This is stuff, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, and I'm not complaining. I'm just trying to share more of my life with you guys since I'm not on camera, and I feel that we're close enough to be able to open up like this. I am way too young, and I'm not bragging, to even qualify for retirement. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? You know how you got a certain age that the law, whether you live in the States, depends on if you live in the country, the island, whatever the rules of the government where you live at. There's a certain age that you qualify for retirement. I'm nowhere near that threshold. If I have to retire now, I'm going to have to do it for medical reasons. And I got to have all my ducks lined up, all my I's dotted, all my T's crossed, or I'm going to fail. Do you understand what I mean? There's no pick me up, there's no run back because I don't qualify for that in that area. You understand? It would have to be disability and that type. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just explaining. These things is hitting left and right. left and right. Like I told you, I've already from what when I was a baby, from when I was like maybe a month or 2 months old. I had started off with a plethora of things medical wise, and it's still going on now. Thank you so much, Rev. Thank you so much. I appreciate it and bless you. And I always pray for you guys. And I want y'all to know that I don't just pray for you guys just because you're going through a crisis. I pray for you when you're on a rooftop, sunk in the middle, and down in the basement. People need prayer all day, every day, even when things is going good, because once again, every storm is not in the forecast, and we're all going to have different problems in our life as long as we're in this earth right now, because this is not it. You understand what I mean? This is not it. A lot of times when you talk with people, people say, yeah, I'm going all the way up to heaven. Heaven ain't, you ain't got to go up, like all up towards the sky. That's not where heaven is. All of this is going to be purified. This is it. This is it where we at right now. And some people don't even realize that we got to learn how to deal with death a lot better than we are, because of the fact that it says a lot about it in the Bible, and it also shows you what your faith is in God when you don't, His will be done. You know what I mean? And that's the whole thing about this kind of stuff that I keep saying with people. You really have to pay attention, because I keep falling off, y'all. All day, every day, something's happening. And like I told you, I got a sunken feeling just yesterday, and it wasn't just because the medical stuff that I just dealt with a couple of days ago this week. Because there's 7 days in a week. People seem to forget the weekend is part of the 7 days. You know what I mean? Saturday and Sunday. And then church ain't just for Sundays either, y'all. People get that twisted up too. But I got a sunken feeling. I watched somebody else's story and started thinking bad about my own life when I'm okay, because I'm in that place. The devil tried to get me riled up, but I gave him foothold in though. You see what I mean? Because I went to the Debbie Downer status. So then he comes in and piles some more up on me. But I have to blame myself, because, see, you block your blessings when you let your ears open to the God. You block, you like, oh, God telling me, just telling me. You know which side to get on, but you fall so low sometimes that you got to pick yourself back up. You know what I mean? And I was feeling that kind of vibe. But like, oh, gosh, I'm tired of all of this. I'm tired of all this. Look at me. I ain't even, where's my houses at? What happened? All the stuff that I did. And those are things. Those are just things. Are you alive? What's more important, that your spirit is alive more than your body? You could be sitting somewhere right now and have no arms. There was a lady here, I'm going to say it like this, and I don't mean to talk negative. There was a lady that was living, what she considered her happy life, with her, her husband. She's got she owns a hair salon, doing good and everything. And guess what happened? And no disrespect, she caught, the 19. She got the 19. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And she ended up losing both of her arms and her legs. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Because she got the 19. I got another friend here that just went through, and these are my YouTube folks, that just went through a long divorce. It's been a couple of years now. She's been raising her kids. She moved back home with her mother and father. She's in her 30s. She's doing her thing, going to school, getting herself together. Grown woman now, been married. And she ended up staying with her mother. And then, she just graduated from school. She was getting ready to buy a house, and her kids were going to move out into a house. And she started having problems with her eyes and things like that. And she finally got down to the bottom of it. And she's got glaucoma, and she's at stage 4. And that's just before you go completely blind. You see what I'm trying to explain to you? This is not a game here, y'all. This is when our faith is tested under trial. Because when you're going through something devastating like that, how you react is going to show you what your outcome is and what your relationship is with God. You know what I mean? Because we are not promised anything. And this is why I always say to people too, not to make fun of anybody. Because you don't never know. You can look at that person. They ain't got this, or they missing this and that. You don't know you don't come in this world with a guarantee. You don't come in this world with a guarantee. You got this couple, I just seen them, a married couple. They had 2 little kids, a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. And the woman was pregnant. And one day she got real sick, and she told her mother she had her mother bring her to the emergency room, and they admitted her into the hospital. And they had to, at 27 weeks, they had to immediately give her a C-section to deliver a baby, because the baby would have died, and she was, only given a 10% chance to live. She fought and battled, went into a coma. They took the baby, the baby was in intensive care because she was only 27 weeks pregnant. And before you know it, they had to take off her arm. a leg, another arm, another leg. You understand what I'm saying? And because of her faith, she said that me and my husband are more in love now than we ever were before. She said the only problem that I struggle with is because I can't, tend to the kids the way I want to, but I'm grateful for my life, even though I don't have my limbs. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? And we sit up here and get mad because we ain't got a car or we ain't got 3 pieces of steak, but we do got some hamburger and cheese up in there. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I'm not trying to be shady in that, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Yes, it is. Yes, we have to. We have to. And like I said, it's not about getting everything you want. Love is beauty of the soul. We all drive down Mercy Street, and that's the whole thing with that. We all have to be careful with that. Our circumstances don't make us who we are. It shows who we are. You get what I mean? Because when you're in a situation and things don't go your way, you show your true colors a lot of times. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't understand that. Fear is a dead end. Faith is the future. You see, and that's the thing that I keep on trying to work on here too, and stop worrying about so many things that's not meant to be your life. And I watched, like I said, I watched this person, and I kept saying, I remember I had that pep and go with myself too, and I let myself get caught up around, situations that got messed up my life, and it wasn't me doing anything deliberately, but just like I said, why I'm not on camera, and I feel a bit of the guilt. You know what I mean? I feel guilty, and I felt guilty about something that I was watching the other day, which was nothing even supposed to make me feel that way. Because once you're stronger in your faith, nothing physical can take you down. That's the whole thing that I keep telling people. But if you're not that, and that's how I know that I am not where I need to be. I'm not saved and sanctified the way I want to be, because there's a lot of fear and doubt that I keep struggling with, and there's certain crosses that I have to bear, and I got to make sure that I'm meeting that mark, or it's all dead works. It's all dead works. You can get around, yeah, the God said, and Jesus said in the Bible, and yeah, Adam, Eve, and Blah, you can say all you want, and praise, and get the Bible, and mark it up, and run the church 5-6 days a week. Like I said, church ain't just on Sundays. But if you're not really living that yourself, not to prove nothing to nobody, that I got to show up with this hat on and this suit and pull up in a Mercedes and they see me coming to church and paying the church dues and I host the bake sales, that don't mean nothing if you ain't really got God down in you. And when you have God down in you, you're not going to be worried about showboating for nobody. You're going to know that you know. Times we treat strangers better than we treat our own family. And that is it too. That is true, because blood ain't always thicker than water, unfortunately, but people do show off and treat other people better than they do their own family. That is so true. You know what I mean? That is so true. And it's sad, but it's happening, and we all do it. We all do it, because I've been into that type of situation where I've had folks that, is supposed to be, really with me, and they representing somebody else. You know what I mean? We have to pay attention to that, because I'm telling you, y'all, this is not no game here. Don't reap with the same seeds you sow with. Two different things. Embrace your journey. You can rush to fail or take your time to succeed. We got to pay attention to this stuff, y'all. I'm telling you, because I got to get it in me. I don't never know when I'm going to be gone. None of us do. And you sit here like a fool thinking that you got it in you, but you don't. And like I said before, I don't care who you are in this world. There's not going to be a pope, a preacher, a Bible group study that can tell you if you saved and you're going to make it to heaven. God only knows that. I came in this world butt naked with nothing, and I'm going to leave butt naked with nothing. If I'm standing up in front of God right next to Beyonce or whoever else, God is not going to say, well, because she's Beyonce, she's going to heaven, but Rruk, you're not. That's not even the way to be judged, is who you really are, and if you believe in him. And how you treat other people, like you just said, Rev, that's not your family. Treat them well, because a lot of times people don't realize that we all are really brothers from another mother and sisters from another mister. God has bringing us all together. This platform here to be on YT is just like with God. God has a way of hugging the world. With this platform, for me to be able to meet other brothers and sisters that's green, purple, orange around the world and come together collectively to talk, to show me their lifestyle, recipe, teach me, train me. That's what he wants us to do, all connect. There ain't supposed to be no division. And I keep telling people to stop running out, oh, it's a black and white thing. No, it's not. It's a red, white, and blue thing. You understand what I mean? This is a thing that people have so much mess going on that if you don't know who you are, and you can't get saved for nobody, and can't nobody get saved for you, you have to know where you are. Yes, ma'am, Patty. Yes, ma'am. You know what I'm talking about. We really got to do better than this because I'm telling you, and what I've been doing too is think about what I'm thinking about. Because a lot of times we get these thoughts in our head and we allow this stuff to lead us. And it is the best thing to do. I know for me, just like earlier today, I started feeling some kind of way and I kept saying, well, you need to get the Bible and read and do it. And I didn't want to, though. You see, I'm being honest. I'm not playing no games, y'all, because I ain't doing no fake Christian thing here and none of that. I didn't want to. And that's because it was me wanting to stay and wallow in the mess like a fool in the emotion. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm being completely honest. When you get down like that, you have to call on him. And he's going to be there. But if you're not opening up to receive, he's not doing nothing. People do not understand he's not going to force you to have a relationship with him. He's given us free will so that we can want to come on our own. And he will meet you where you at. But that's one thing about it. Just because God is forgiven don't mean that we're going to keep sinning. And every time I have this conversation, when I say this, just because God is forgiven doesn't mean we can keep sinning. A lot of people keep saying, oh, well, he'll forgive you 1,000 times. But when does it, how is he going to make a decision for who's going to get the crown of life and who's not if he keep letting us keep doing it just because he's forgiven and we playing that game? You get what I'm saying? After a while, there's going to be a cut point, and it's a wrap. It's a wrap. You can't just keep, oh, I'm going to mess around, and I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to kill again one more time, and I can pray. I'm going to kill again one more time, and I can pray. That's not how salvation works. That's not the plan. How do God get to the point where he knows who's going to heaven and who's not? You got to remember, hell was not meant for mankind. It was meant for the devil and demons, but men and women choices is what leads us there. We don't have to go there. It's up to us, and a lot of people don't understand what that means. Everybody's looking at the devil to be somebody, with a pitchfork and horns on top of their head. You could be looking at a person, and they're telling you that they're saved, and you don't even know that that's a sheep. I mean, a wolf in sheep's clothing. It don't go by that. People trying to tell you what you got to do to be saved. Obviously, you want to do the right things and you want to read the Bible and do what God says. But when you do these wrong things and make mistakes, that don't mean God gave up on you and that you can't make it and you can't turn yourself around. It don't go like that. Yes, God bless you, sis. Thank you for the blessing today. And have an awesome weekend, Sister Lynn. Love you, girl. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. And you know I always come to see you all the time. And I'll be honest, I feel so good when I be in these lives like this because I know for a fact that I can honestly say, even today, right now, even if you go up and look at the live, you can see that everybody in the live except two people that are new here are the only people that I haven't visited. But all my other folks that I'm fortunate to have that's in the live right now and that's on the list, I come and check you guys on a regular basis. Y'all already know how I get down on this side of town. I really rock with who rocks with me. And like I said before, I want to see everybody win. It's not just my family and my this and my that. I want everybody to win. Even the people that we got out here that's struggling. You know what I mean? They're struggling with and done something wrong. I want to see them win. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm going to say this to you guys, and I don't want nobody to misunderstand me. And I know that a lot of people around here being victims and things like that of so many different atrocities. But I had watched this show here. It was a true story, and it was live. The guy was there, the real person. He had been a victim of childhood SA, okay? And he got in a relationship with a female that had a son, and her son was being SA'd, and everybody was blaming him because he was a survivor of SA. And come to find out, he didn't do nothing to the child. It wasn't him at all. Yes, it is foolish belief, Rev. And they just automatically said that it was him because of they knew his history, and he did not. He went the other way just because he had been SA'd. He didn't go on and victimize anybody. He really didn't do it. And I was wishing that he didn't, and he didn't. This is why I keep telling you, God can make old things new again. It depends on what you want to do. He's not going to force you. Remember, you're not the 1, 2, or the 3. You know, first, last, or the end. You know, you're there. We have to know the difference between God's voice and our thoughts. We have to know the difference between God's voice and our thoughts. Just think about it. Hello, Connect Insights. How you doing, beautiful? Thank you so much for coming, sweetie. I'm just on a tangent here talking, so I'm sorry. I didn't want to ignore nobody. Thank you for coming. Bless you. But yeah, we gotta get this thing, y'all, because I'm telling you, I need to get on here like this. I need to get on here like this and really, really talk with some people and it's love and teach and grow and hug and nurture each other through all of this. Because this is a crisis. This is what's going on, y'all think? And then I'm gonna say this again too. We're gonna have another wave of a lot of other stuff coming out here. And what I keep trying to tell people with this 19, this woman got the 19 and she lost. Look, from the 19, lost both arms and both legs. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're going to have more waves. This is not the end. You understand what I mean? Each year we get a different virus or something. And now, before the season is over, the virus is mutating into something else each time. You see, these are things that's in the world to destroy us and take lives. So if you're not trying to do your thing, you're going to get caught up. He said, Jason, childhood. Yes, yes. See, and like I said, with this guy that was a childhood survivor, Rev, they assumed he got involved with a woman, and something was going on with her son, and everybody tried to blame him for it. And just because he was a victim does not mean that he went on to victimize other people, and he didn't do it. And it was so sad the way the whole town turned against this young man. This was a true situation. You know what I mean? And the way everybody turned against him, and he didn't even do it. He didn't even do it. And the child never even said that he did anything to him. But they really found out who was doing it to the child. And it's sad. You know what I mean? And another thing with us, too, we have to stop trying to fix something that we didn't break. And I learned a valuable way to do that, too, because I had a family member that, and this is not just one, but several, but a family member that I had to, disengage from because I couldn't fix something that I didn't break in that person. They had to come to their senses and get their life together, and that was their cross to bear. And I realized that I couldn't save them, and I had to stop carrying the guilt for something that I couldn't fix and I didn't cause. You know what I mean? Yes, it is really sad. They messed this guy's life up. The whole town turned against him, Rev, and accused him because of what happened with him in his story when he was SA'd as a child. The news and everything was on the story. So as he got to be a grown man, and got into a serious relationship with his girlfriend, her child had been getting SA'd, and the whole town accused him of doing it just because he was a victim before, and that wasn't fair. And come to find out, he didn't do it. That ain't no joke. And even with him going and proving that he didn't do it, they still, a lot of people looked down and never believed him. So he, had to walk around like wearing a scarlet letter. You know what I mean? Because nobody believed him for a long time. To be honest with you, nobody ever really believed him. And they said they were going to pack up and leave that town because he couldn't live. He was getting jumped and beat up all the time, even though it was proven that he didn't do it. And the woman stayed with him, and he was a good father to her son and everything, but it ruined his reputation around town. So he never got a chance to, get back, to where he was trying to be, especially recovering and living from being an actual victim himself. That just made it worse. And that's why I always tell about everybody, you gotta watch, because what you say can make or break someone. A lot of times you can say something and start rumors and stuff on other people that's not true, and that can ruin the quality of somebody's life. And then a lot of times too, when you grow up and you've been a SA victim, it kind of it damages some of you. Even if you get up and get grown and recover the best you can, there's always going to be some hurt behind that because it ain't no joke. Not yet victimized all over again. All over again, the system, the way they handled it. The child, the child never even said that he did anything. The child was really close to him, and the child never named anybody. but they wanted to blame him for it. You know what I mean? And it ruined his life. He broke down. It was so horrible. He broke down and and just said how it made him feel like when he first was saying, when he was a child, when it was happening to him, for his own mother and people not to believe him, and then for him to be in that situation, it made him feel like the same thing was happening to him all over again. You have a great night too. Thank you so much for coming, Patty. But yeah, I know what you mean, Rev. That stuff ain't no joke. And I know that people don't realize a lot of stuff that happens to us, even if we heal, can stay with us for a lifetime. And I think it does change, even though you have a good relationship with God, it still changes, something about you, because the growth was disturbed, you know what I mean? And it's serious business. And I know how all of that kind of stuff is, because there's so much stuff that happens to children, when they're coming up. And it's sad when you have people that don't believe in you, or even when you have people that you think didn't protect you, and then you get grown and you realize why they didn't. A lot of mess. And a lot of people seem to think that when that kind of stuff happens like that, that even though you grow up, there's a part of you that was damaged from that. You know what I mean? Because I got a lot of different stuff that happened to me in my life, and it feels like I know that that is over, and I know that I'm grown, but I was still touched by those emotions. You know what I mean? And I still carry a lot of those emotions, and a lot of times when I think back, it bothers me like it happens all over again. You know what I mean? And I realize that that's because that is a part of me, and it doesn't matter just because I believe in God and He got me through it. I still feel what has happened to me. Different things in our lives that affect us profoundly. Because a lot of times when certain things disturb your groove, it changes you in a way that you don't know, how you would have been without that happening to you. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And they change your path too, because you don't really know what you were going to be like if that didn't happen to you. Also, when you survive and stuff like that, you definitely are scarred in some kind of way, and it changed you. You know what I mean? It changed you. Even if you get out and live your best life and stuff, it changes you. And no matter what happens, that right there always hurts. Always hurts. Because you've been through it. And it's part of who you are. See, people don't realize that it's not just the good things that you remember. Like you said, the scars are invisible. Yes, sir. But it's still there. And that is the truth. Because when you sit with yourself, you know what you feel. You know what I mean? And no matter how much counseling, and I'm gonna tell you too, no disrespect to anybody, there's a lot of people that might have been living their life without any mental health issues, and because they, was essayed and things like that, that made them mentally ill because of what happened to them physically, that affected them mentally as well, and started a mental health in them. I'm gonna tell you, I know that a lot of people don't understand when you talk with the real, but a lot of that stuff, honey, makes you not even want to live with it. You know what I mean? Because no matter how you try to tuck that away, it always pops up on you and has some kind of control over you. And you go back moments. I don't care if you done got up and you got rich and famous and got all you want material wise, wife, kids, been successful, got a good relationship with God, which is the right thing to do, and He does help heal, you still feel something. People don't seem to believe in that, but it is true though. Even with all of us that are, you count on God, and if you believe in God, but some of this stuff can't be wiped away. You just have to learn how to try to live with it, and sometimes it hurts you just as bad as it did when you were in it, because it's a part of you. And like I said, a lot of that stuff triggers off mental health real bad. Some people may not even have any kind of chemical, they weren't going to have any kind of problems like that mentally, but because of what they went through. You know what I mean? Hey, thank you, Jenny. What you go through made you who you are today, but it's hurting, and it's like a wound that never heals. But when you give it to God, He will help you, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to suffer and go through things. Because I know with me, I got a lot of stuff that I know that is that, like I said, I always keep, trying to, say I am not a victim, I'm a victor. But a lot of times around, I find myself feeling that victim mentality because what happened to me is real. And it is a part of my life, even though I don't want it to be. You know what I'm saying? And you feel it. You feel it. Sometimes you want it, you get to that edge. You know what I'm talking about, Rep. Y'all. You get to that edge, and sometimes you just want it all to stop. Because living like that and to keep having those feelings that visit you, I don't care how many times you smile. Like I said, who you married to. When those feelings get on you, it's always so hard, and sometimes it get to the point that you can't fight it off. Sometimes you're going to end up falling into a trip, and a lot of times with that's why a lot of people don't understand why we got a lot of folks out here that's alcoholics and on different type of drugs and stuff. Even just like a lot of our vets, it's the noise. It's the problems, what they've seen, what they've been through, that they don't want to be an alcoholic or have a drug problem, but they have triggered off some mental health because of what they've been through, and they want the pain to go away. I don't know anybody that wants to be hooked on meth or alcoholic. You understand what I'm saying? It happens because we're human and we live in the flesh, and our body may crave something that the soul don't want. You know what I mean? And you have no choice but to try to live it, and then a lot of times you want out. Cause man, I'm gonna tell you, honey, you get close to that edge, that bridge be calling you. If you don't have the control, even it doesn't matter whether you, like I said, you got money, you got therapy, you on medication. It doesn't have nothing to do with when that calling comes on you like that, and you get caught slipping. It could be gone in a heartbeat. You could be gone in a heartbeat because you lose control. People don't understand the mind is very powerful. And what happens to you is it makes you who you are. Good, bad, in between. And when you even when you especially too what people don't understand when you're coming into life too at the very volatile stages, a young innocent child, and you experience that type of trauma, it's just like how you being potty trained and learning things for the first time, feeling good, bad, sad, in between, hurt. Just like with a baby, usually when a baby cries, unless you get them real spoiled, you know what I mean? When they cry, it's indicating something because they can't speak and say what's wrong with them. They need a bottle, they're hungry, they're wet, they're bop, bop, bop. When somebody does something to you, it grows with you. Just like good things. Like you can say, oh, I remember when I got my first bike. I remember when I learned how to tie my shoes, when my aunt showed me or my mom showed me how to tie my shoes. Then you say, I remember when somebody SA'd me and what they did and what that felt like. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It don't go away. Even though you have a relationship and you pray to God to get you through it, you still are going to feel, because see, in this life, we're going to go through these feelings. Once you make it to paradise, none of this will ever happen again. You know what I mean? But this is not it. This is not the paradise that God promised. So with us going through and living this kind of life, those kind of things are going to be felt, seen, heard, and done. But once we make it to paradise, then we can finally be done with it. But until then, we have to live this right now. And that's what people don't understand, that we got to do this. And man, I'm gonna tell you, sometimes, oh gosh, I hate to be talking all kinds of ways like this, but man, sometimes you just don't want to be here with it. You know what I mean? You don't want to be here with it because it's so scary and it's so sad. And it seems like sometimes, no matter what you go through, You always measure out the bad things more than the good because the bad things hurt you so bad that you can't. You understand what I mean? It's not that you want to feel that way, but it's what's happening. You know, people don't plan to fail, they fail to plan. You get what I'm saying? God can make old things new again. Forgiveness can be like setting a prisoner free, and the prisoner is you. You know? Don't live this life just to live this life. Plan for the journey. But when you have stuff like that in the way, man, I'm telling you, it ain't that right there. I don't even know how to explain. But I know that a lot of people, too, you know, that go through stuff, sometimes they just can't heal. You know, we have to stop saying, I got lucky when God gave us favor. There's no luck. God gave you favor. God gave you favor. Our future does not go by our past or present. We have to look further. You understand what I'm saying? That's when your fears. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Your fear into power. And you have to. You have to, Rev, because if you don't use it, see, that's the whole thing. We're not supposed to let it make us, you know, when bad things happen to us, we're not supposed to let it make us bitter. We're supposed to let it make us better. You get where I'm coming from? And a lot of times folks are not capable of doing that, unfortunately. It's sad, but it's true. We can't have peace if we don't understand grace. You know, we can't. We have to understand that. People don't understand that. That's why you got to work on it, because you won't make it if you don't. When you give God your pain, he gives you his power. You know? But you can't just say that. You got to live it. And see, you can't. See, that's the whole thing about this thing, too, and it has me mixed up a lot. If you don't understand it, you can't receive it to achieve it. If you don't really believe it, it's not going to happen. You have to believe in it. And that belief is, you know how they always say, is you know, things that you cannot see, but you know is real. You know, and that's very important, because that's what faith is. Trusting and believing in things that you can't see, but you know is real. You know that it's real, whether you can see it or not. I keep on. I meditate on that a lot, because I get confused. I get confused because sometimes I'm like, well, wait a minute, is it? And see, that's when you second guess. That's because you're not, you're not complete with your salvation. So you're up and down like a yo-yo until you believe. And when you get all the way right with this kind of stuff, it's so powerful. It's so powerful. And I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know of anybody that's conquered it all, but I know a lot of people that have went all the way through where it's not, it doesn't bother them as much as it had, because they really conquered the belief. It's just like, I'll just say this, and I'm not, playing no games or anything. I'll just say this. Just think about it. Just say, for instance, if you went to a doctor's appointment, right? When you go to the doctor's appointment, you go up and you give your name, and then after you give your name, what do? You go sit down and wait, right? But you trust the chair that you sit in is going to be a chair that you can sit in. Do you think the chair you're going to sit in is going to break? Or do you trust it? You didn't see if the chair was broken out. You just sat in it, right? Because you believed that the chair wasn't going to break. You live alone. You know that you just bought a gallon of milk, and you decide you want to have cereal. You know that you're the only one in the house. You know for a fact that there is a gallon of milk in the refrigerator. And I'm just saying this in layman terms, because that's what it is. So you know when you open that refrigerator, there's going to be a gallon of milk. That's how we have to seek our faith. We have to believe the things we cannot see. You know what I mean? Be fast and steady under trial to receive your crown of life. Be quick to hear, slow to speak. 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You see, that's the stuff right there that I be trying to work on. That's the stuff that I keep trying to work on. Do you believe? Between love and hate, there is mercy. Our pain today will be our strength tomorrow. Don't talk bad about yourself or others. We may die in the flesh, but we live in the spirit. You know what I mean? You have to trust and believe. And the thing is, because we can't see God. That's it with our eyes. So we have to believe that he lives in us and that he does exist. But if you don't believe that, then you can't achieve that. And I'm telling you, man, listen, I be over here going crazy sometime, y'all. I'm telling you. And I mean that as a figure of speech. I do. Like I said yesterday, I got kind of turned up. Now, I'd already felt a little laggy for having to have a procedure done again after I just had surgeries, but I just was getting in my feelings because I felt like, gosh, I had all of this stuff and I have nothing. But see, that's the whole thing. Those are material things. If you had your spirit intact the right way, you can be living in a hole in the ground and smile if you believe. If you believe, and that's not easy to do. I'm telling you, it's not. I'm not saying that it's not. Well, no, it's not easy though. It's not, because a lot of people say, "Oh, it is easy to do the right thing." No, it's not. And you done been through crap in life. Bad things that happen to you. There's bad people in the world. There's a devil in the world. It is hard. It is hard. But if you work on it and you're willing to do it, it can happen for you. But it don't just happen overnight. There's some people that I know that's in their 60s and 70s right now that haven't even got past some stuff that they did back when they was 15 and 16. They never matured in that way. And you're not going to never get to where you need to go until you get that right. Because you can sit up, like with me, I can sit up here and say that I believe in God and I'm speaking about all of this stuff, but only God really knows. No matter what I'm thinking, I know, or what I'm saying, God only knows if this is real and true and where I'm going to end up at. And it's hard because you think, well, and everybody always say, well, if there's a God, well, why is there so many? That's when you start asking them questions, that means honestly, for real, you don't really know God. Because once again, what does free will mean? So if he's giving us free will and he's not going to force us to have a relationship with him, that means that we are left to make the choice ourselves. So in this life, this is what this life consists of. So we got to think about which way we want to go. At least if and when I talk to a lot of people that said that they're atheists, right? The first thing, when we have conversations with anybody, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being atheist. I don't care what anybody decides to do, because that's not my business. You know what I mean? But when I talk to people that say they're atheists and they don't believe in God, and they ask me why I do, and then I can ask them why they're atheists, the first thing they always say to me, the majority of the people, because I can't see and it hasn't been proven, or if so, why is this man that's, essaying kids alive and my 3-year-old daughter died? You see, they start with that kind of stuff. So that means they don't know God. Because when you read the Bible, that's what's going to happen in this life. Did anybody even pay attention? Where do you think the devil came from? The devil was an angel casted out of heaven. Hello. That's why he has so much power. He was there, and he decided to make the wrong choices and do the wrong thing and believe in evil. So there's no way that you can achieve if you don't believe. That's the whole thing. If you don't believe it in your head, there is no use in none of it. I don't care how much church you go to, how many people you help, what you wear, what you're doing. If you don't really believe that he existed, there's nowhere for you to go. And that's the thing too. And like I said, when I talk to a lot of people that say they don't believe, I don't disrespect nobody. There's nothing wrong with that if that's what they want to do. But I always say that, just say for instance, if you did, and I just told a person this a couple of years ago. They got a young friend that was in their 20s that said that they're atheists and they don't believe in God. And I said, well, you know what? Just say to the person, even if you don't believe in God, right? If you like to read a good book and you read the Bible, you tell me what's in the Bible that won't guarantee you to have a decent life, though. Just think about it. If you read and follow what it does say in the Bible, whether you want to be atheist or not, Jehovah Witness, Muslim, it doesn't matter which denomination. If you read the Bible, at least if you go by what the Bible says, you would at least live a decent life and be happy, at least. Even if you don't believe anything else. And I said, tell that person if they, if they would like to take the time to read a good book. And then, the person, the question came back to ask me. It says, you in hell, amen. Oh, Rev, you locked that down real. Oh, man, Rev, you got me with that one. Yes, sir. Oh, I receive it, man. Oh, you done spin me out with that one, Rev. That is it. That is it. I couldn't have said it no better myself. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Rev. Amen. Amen. Amen, Rev. Oh, my gosh, you put that down well. You put that down well. Wow. I'm telling you, yes. And if you ever, have you ever noticed too, like some of the vilest people, that walks this earth, that they all care about something. Hello, Queen Dom. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you stopping in. Thank you. Have you ever noticed, like I just say, like how we got all of these creeps out here that are killing, and the ones that SAing and all that kind of stuff? You ever notice that they have certain things that they like and stuff like that, and they like a car and they like a pet, but yet they hurt humans. You've noticed that? Hello, Jones. How you doing? Thank you for coming. I hope everybody had an awesome Thanksgiving. God bless everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. And if you celebrate, we're, landing into the holiday seasons for the ones that do celebrate. Blessings to everybody. I pray that everybody is all right. And not just because it's holidays, but because life is life. You know what I mean? He said, then he can talk to them in hell. Amen, Rev. I'll never forget that you said that. I need to write that down. I need to meditate on that, man. You hitting that real good. Because that is the truth. And that's what I was saying, too. Those kind of folks like that. Oh, thank you, Queen Dom. Thank you. I kept saying that over and over again. Do you ever notice? Because when you deal with those kind of people like this in the world, just like they had, I don't know if you guys remember hearing, I have to say allegedly, but this was all on the news, that Craigslist unliver guy. That's what, I don't want to say the wrong thing on here, but the Craigslist dude. This guy, this guy was running around here right amongst everybody else, living his life what he wanted. He was a medical student. He had a fiance. He had all of what he considered. See, that's why I said it doesn't go by material things. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't go by material things, but he was living the life that he wanted to live, but look what was really lurking inside of him. You see, this is how it is with folks like that. They'll get around and fool you and blend in with the rest. You know what I mean? Blend in with the rest and have you thinking that they're doing what you're doing and everything is all right. And look what happened. You know what I mean? Look what happened. And then he unlived himself at the end because he didn't want to face the shame and go to jail. You know what I'm saying? But he got the nerve to have some kind of feelings. When this was going on, I remember when he first got locked up, his fiance went to see him, and he gonna still try. They had all the DNA, the proof, everything. Even the one that survived was able to describe what he looked like and everything. And he's still gonna try to manipulate the fiance and tell her this stuff they got against me is not real evidence. Me and you still could have our dream wedding. Like just like still going in a twilight zone. And what she did was gave him the ring and left. And he went back into, his cell and took care of himself. Oh, have a blessed day, my friend. You too, Dom. Queen Dom, thank you. You too. Have a great weekend. We still dealing with, the Thanksgiving. We just said we're going to take it all the way to the weekend. I just decided, you guys, I made me a good pot of turkey soup. And boy, does it taste good, y'all. I didn't even have to do much to it, but man, it's slamming. So I'll feast off of that for a couple of days, and whatever we don't eat with that, I'll go on and freeze some of it, So when I get a taste for it again, it'll be there. You see, yes, right, Rev. That's a good. Oh my gosh, Rev, you was killing it, man. You're definitely the Rev. Oof, man, you hitting it hard. See, that's what I'm talking about, Rev. That's what I'm talking about, Rev. Yes, see, that's the stuff. See, this is why I like talking with you, because see, you break it down on the real stuff. Like a lot of folks that I talk to about that kind of stuff, they kind of shun you off because they don't want to hear that. But that is the reality of what we're talking about. That's the stuff right there. People don't want to hear that though. And like I know, can't nobody tell you going to hell. Even if you've done something that is against one of the 10 Commandments, and you repent and turn yourself around and live the way you're supposed to live, people can't tell you you're not going to make it into heaven. You know? Hello, lady. You know, that's the whole thing about with this here. Can't nobody tell you because there's only one God. You know what I mean? The only time that we can be judged by anybody is in the judicial system. You know what I mean? The courthouse. Other than that, there can't be no one to tell you, are you good enough or are you saved or you won't make it to heaven. It doesn't work that way. It's all up to God. And until we pay attention to that, a lot of folks are going to keep judging other people when they don't have no right. And like you said, Rev, you have to be an angel and have some kind of spirit to be able to make it into heaven. You know that. You have a blessed Sunday too. Thank you for coming, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Thank you for the like. Rev, you need to get in some church preacher or something because you know the stuff, man. Woo, you're blowing my mind here. You think just like I be thinking. And I have a hard time getting those conversations across to people because they don't seem to understand because they done picked a God and how they think everything should be, and it don't work that way. I love it. He said, I think about this. If we are spirits or have them in us and we want to go to heaven, then we are not angels ourselves. And talking to hell. See what I mean? That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, Rev. Oh my gosh. Oh, I couldn't have said that. You just really blowing my mind right here because of the stuff that you're saying. These are the conversations that I be having with people and they want to tussle, you know, instead of getting down to the real true reality of what this, you know, what this is. They want to get upset with you for these kind of conversations, but they need to be had. Oh my gosh, you got me so blown away here, man. I can't even, I'm speechless. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, yes, and more yes. Hey, what's up, Lawless? How you doing, brother? Thank you for stopping in. I hope you and the family had a beautiful Thanksgiving. We're still going through the weekend with Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for stopping in. Blessings to you, brother. I be trying to catch up with you so that I can make sure that we keep in touch and that you and the family is doing all right, Law. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all. You guys have made this so much fun for me to come on YT. I can sit here, even I got family right around, and I'm glued over here with y'all, because y'all my extended family. And I really, really don't even know how to thank you guys for even having time to stop by, because y'all, people don't realize that when you get on this YouTube, YouTube is not your whole life. I've been doing a lot better, Law, but I got some other medical stuff that just popped up. Well, I put it this way. I've been doing all right since I've been recovering from the surgeries, but in October, now you know, September, October, I went to get a procedure done in office, and the procedure was supposed to last me 6 months, and I just had to go back last week and get another procedure, and now I got to meet with a different type of surgeon. But I'm just glad to be alive. But I'm good. I'm good. Whatever I have no choice. You know what I mean? I have no choice, but a lot of stuff is hitting me. I keep telling folks, man, I done had it out since I was born, basically. I think I probably lived maybe my first month as, being born in the world without anything happening to me, you know what I mean? And then by the time I got, I think I was about 2 months old, it all started there all the way up until now. And then not to mention how you raise and what circumstances and household you live in. Ah, man, that's enough to write another whole book. All the love and blessings to you too, my brother. Thank you. Thank you. Man, I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, man, that's so nice to hear from you. Thank you so much for stopping in. We may die in the flesh, but we live in the spirit. Don't let the bad things happen to you make you bitter. Let it make you better. That's what I keep saying because I promise you, man, You fool around out here in this life with all this crazy stuff going on with our health and war, the government is enough to bring you to that edge or tamper with your mental health. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. This thing will bring you down. You hear me? It'll bring you down. A lot of this stuff that's happening in society is meant to mess your head up. The blind will see and the deaf will hear. Okay? Honey, let me tell you, fear is a dead end. Faith is our future. Man, it's hard. It's harsh. A heart at peace gives life to the body, but envy rots the bones. Yes, give me something funny, I love when you say that too. You remind me of somebody when I was younger that always used to say, "You want to hear something funny?" Yes. Amen to that law. You know what I'm talking about. You know this is hard, and just to think you got kids coming up in this world that you want to try to set a platform around, and the people that your kids are going to grow up with, that you have some peace here. So when you're not here, your kids get to live a more pleasant life. You know what I mean? All that's not no joke. It don't just end with us because we grown and we got married and we had kids. No, you got to have the future set for them and the great grands, your descendants. It ain't done yet. Don't let your dreams go into I can't. You know what I mean? God will provide all we need. Live by faith. Love and hate will never be friends. Are you a carnal Christian or a spiritual Christian? Ain't that something? Life is a journey. Calm down. man, man. That's why I'm trying to get my feelings out of so much stuff. Because these are the things that don't allow you to be able to keep standing strong if you don't understand the word. See, that's the whole battle right there, y'all. You got to be able to live on no matter what is happening to you and no matter what condition you are in, physically and financially, because spirit is not about none of those things. What do you think going to get you into heaven? Money or morals? You know? What you said last time I was with my first brother. She said she wanted me to go to church with her, and I told her no problem. But Colin, I hear you, man. I don't fool around with too many, for real, for real. That was good, Rev. He said, that was a good one, Rev. Can't play with it. Cannot play with it. That's why I said, honey, and two, we got to watch out, too, because people are always running up in these churches and stuff, and, honey, that may not even be the spot. And every place they call a church, honey, is not anointed. God ain't even in there. You got to know that, too, We got a lot of stuff we got to work on here, y'all. And I'm telling you, I am starting to see, which has been good. A lot of people are really, really addressing mental health a lot better than what they used to, and getting that stigma off of mental health, because it needs to be out here. It needs to be dealt with. It needs to be celebrated. And like I said, I feel so bad because we got so many vets. And when I meet a lot of them out here, the government has thrown them to the wolves after all they've done. You know what I mean? All that Memorial Day, that ain't enough. Just to give one day, what do you do for them in their everyday life when they come out and shell shocked and need somewhere to stay and can't pick up the pieces and been blinded and lost a limb and messed up mentally because of what they fought for? For us, they turn their back on them. And that's the same way the stigma is towards people with mental health issues. The society turned against them because they consider mental health is invisible illness. A lot of people don't believe it exists. You know what I'm saying? You got to have something physically wrong with you that they can see because they can't believe what's in your head. You know what I mean? And a lot of them know it, but they're in denial about it, so they don't want to hear you say it. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all know what this is. All of this stuff right here. And people don't realize, too, out of all of the symptoms that you have with mental health, everybody experienced that. Everybody in the entire world can experience that and have. You don't have to have a diagnosis. And she is a Catholic. up and white people going white raise a few eyebrow. Hey, it is what it is. That's what it is, Rev. You got to do what you got to do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And see, that's the whole problem too, is that people be trying so quick to judge somebody and worry about something that ain't even got nothing to do with them. You know, I always tell people this is how I get down on my side of town. You know, stay in your lane, you won't have accidents because if you build your house on sand, it won't stand. You know what I mean? Got to stop playing them games. Got to stop playing them games. Everybody's so quick to jump out on something or somebody else, but it ain't what it is. I'm so tired of all of that stuff too. That's another reason why I haven't really found me the right kind of church home is because of foolishness like that. You know, want to raise the roof up. Here we go. All that stuff is a mess. And everything here is, you know, what I've been noticing too, that in this life, no disrespect, I know that I've, even me myself, I know I've done a lot of things in my life that's my fault. You understand? And I own my ish, if you know what I mean. But for the most part, I can honestly tell you, like, out of my life and what I've experienced, I'll just say 90% of it, it seems to be other people because I know what I've done. You know what I mean? And I've fallen my own sword a million times. But I know that what I've done is what I've done, and I know what happened to me other people caused, you know? Yes, I know you are, Rev. And that's why we got to break it down the right way, too, because a lot of times people don't realize that when you are, you know, studying and preaching to people or having conversation, you don't have to get down into no brimstone and these fancy words and start yelling and all that. You can talk in layman's term and get the same message across. You know, you don't have the Lord said and I mean I'm not saying nothing wrong with that. People can do what they want with their ministry, their Bible studies and their groups. But that ain't the only way that a person can learn about who God is just by that kind of stuff like that. You really and truly can go and have regular conversations with the person and they can be taught and learn the same thing. I'm so sick of everybody. If you say a swear, oh, you're not going to heaven. You're smoking a cigarette. Oh, you're not going to heaven. Oh, you had a drink. Oh, you went to the club. Oh, you cursed. Who gives a damn about that? You understand what I mean? All of that stuff, like if you ask, thou said and thou is and thou, and what does it, what's the difference between that? Well, God's word said, and if you don't get up off your, you know what, boom, boom, boom. You know, people don't. That's why a lot of people stray away from churches too, because they get too strict and too judgmental, and they act like they're God. You know, and then it makes you not want to be there and learn. You get what I'm saying? It's oh my gosh, I promise you. That's the reason why I'm having a hard time finding a good church home. And you know, I met a lady in Walmart that tried to get on me a long time ago. She was I was in I was in there and I didn't know at the time. Her son got in line behind me and he had asked me, he said, "Are you in line?" I said, "Yeah, I am." And he said, "Yeah." He said, "It's getting crazy out here in the world." So we started having a conversation. Not much, just a few words. Then all of a sudden, the lady came over, and she said, "You didn't get the, you didn't get the lunch meat yet?" And he said, "No, the line is moving kind of slow." So finally, I was before him, so I got up and I said what I needed, and I stood to the side, and I didn't know it was his mother at the time, because she didn't say she was his mother. She just asked him, was he able to place the order? And then he said, when he responded back, he said, "Well, Mom." He ended up saying Mom to her at some point. So I said, "Oh, you got a nice young man here." He said, "Oh, that's so nice, Rev. That's so nice for you to say that." You got to find somewhere to be around a few people. But and it's good to be around folks that's not judging you. Like everything you do, you got to wear this because we don't do this on Sundays and we don't allow that. And you can't keep going to the bathroom and you can't sit next to so and so and what you got on today, or you came in and you got to leave because your clothes smell like cigarettes. That ain't it. That ain't where you want to be. You know what I mean? You have to be. God says, "Come as you are." So you have to be able to be who you are and not being judged for it because you're not doing what somebody else wants you to do. You know what I mean? Folks do not make your blueprint. You know, they're not your foundation is God. And sometimes you get caught up with the wrong people and then they'll have you mixed up and lost because you're listening to them and trying to behave a certain way for them that you don't even, know who you are anymore. You know? And how is Miss Rats doing? Tell her I said hello. It's always good to have a nice conversation, Rev, about this kind of stuff because we're all over the place, lost and floating and trying to find our way. And I promise you, them deep down feelings, sometime, man, I told you I didn't even feel this bad when I went to the doctor because when I went to this appointment, I didn't know that I was going to be able to get another treatment because I wasn't supposed to be able to get another treatment for 6 months. And like I said, I had just got the treatment for October, and right now it's November. I went back and had to get another treatment. you know and I didn't feel as bad right then, and it hurts when I get the procedure done. It's real bad, but I didn't feel as bad as I felt just the other day, and it was me watching somebody, one of my YouTubers. I was watching their story, and it got me to start feeling bad. And their story wasn't bad. They conquered something really big. And then I thought about, gosh, all my accomplishment, and look at me now, and I started feeling bad. And it was horrible to feel that way because I still got a good life and I'm still blessed, but I felt bad. And this person, what they decided to do, and I'm not, it was all good stuff. They decided to pack up and move in 6 days, 1,000 miles from where they lived at. They did it all in 6 days. Oh, thank you so much, Connect Insights. Thank you, my beautiful friend. They decided to get up and move. And I think the most part of what got me feeling bad is because I had to get up and move like that a lot, but I didn't want to. And they decided it because they wanted to. He says Miss Rat is doing good. She can hear you and she sends blessings. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Right back at you, Miss Rats. Love you too, sis. Thank you, love. I appreciate it. And I felt so bad watching the story because it was good. Because she broke down in the end. She said, she got, one child. And she said, I decided just to pick up and move away from, her mother, sister, she's in her 30s. She decided to move away from her entire family in 6 days. She didn't tell nobody or nothing. She just jumped up and moved. And I just felt so sad. And at first, even right now, I'm understanding what I was feeling. And what I was feeling is that because I've had to jump up and move like that for safety reasons, and she gets to do it with pleasure, for fun. And it made me feel so bad, when you got to get out of somewhere and not go back because of danger. And I felt bad because I'm like, wow, she got, here we go again. She got a chance just to move just for pleasure because she wanted to, but yet I had to move for safety reasons, that kind of way. And I started feeling bad about that, really bad, yesterday evening, and it's been humbling over me all day, and it just doesn't make sense because she was doing something she wanted to do, and it was something positive, and I'm over here feeling bad because I had to do it, excuse me, for negative. It's just these things. Our mind plays tricks on us, and all this stuff. And like I said, it's already bad as it is to experience problems and troubles and worries. And then you get that mental health stuff kicked in and you're really on the ride. It's easy to slip and go, man. I'm telling you. Too easy. Too easy. I'd be sitting around here, man, and if you let that stuff get on you, boy, and you're not strong enough to fight it, honey, you never know where you might find yourself at, man. I tell you, you get close to that edge, man. It don't even have to be a whistle, a slightest bit of wind blow into you mentally, and it's all done. You know what I mean? It's all done. I just look at so many things that be going on, and then I keep saying that I have gotten so far. Like I can talk about all of this good stuff and about believing in God and that kind of stuff, and then I could go way down after I just experienced that. And it's not even just because things are not going your way. It's your emotions ain't right when your chemical balance is off and things like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't have no control. People don't understand. This type of stuff is not something you choose. This is the best recovery system in this Strive a new life. That's what I'm doing now, Rev. That's why I have to keep going. You know what I mean? That's why I'm not on camera. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And I hate that I have to do it because I thought I was okay, and it's for safety reasons, but it is so much better when nobody don't know you and you don't have to be bothered. Because like I said before, that mental, honey, oh gosh, that mental ain't no joke, bro. Oh, honey, that is a battle. And once you start that downswing right there, because see, people don't realize that, like, when it comes to mental health, it's not a choice deliberately to want to feel down and out and angst and overwhelmed and stuff. It's not a choice. Those are the symptoms of having a severe mental psychopathy and chemical imbalance. And sometimes you, like I said, you could be on the best medications and therapy and got a good team, but it's really how this outcome gonna play out. You know what I mean? It's man. I support you. Yes, sir, and I support you too. You and Miss Rats, and I think Miss Rats is so precious and sweet. I really like her. Oh my gosh, I really like her, and I like when you guys were out to eat with your mom, and you showed them two sitting next to each other. I thought that was adorable. I thought that was adorable. And I like to see when you get out like that, Rev, and hang out and do things. You're awesome. And I meant to tell you, I like your little tail on your hair. It's nice. It's really cool. I used to have one of them all the way down my back before I cut my hair. They used to tease and call it a rat tail. But I like your hair. It's very nice. And you are a very, very strong and intelligent man. Yes, I love it. I love it. I used to have it myself. Yes, I enjoy it. I enjoy it. And it's nice to see the family out like that. And Miss Rev is something else. She's such a delicate flower. I really like her. When I look at her, I just feel love for her because she's so sweet. And you got a wonderful mom as well too. And I like your brother too. And I'm sorry that he's going through how he said he feels when he's out and people be looking at him because of what he's dealing with. Yes, that's what we call it. I love it. I used to have one, Rev, before I cut my hair. It almost got down to my butt cracked. That sounds terrible. But that's what we used to tease and say, but that's what we call it, a rat tail. I love it. I think it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's like a feather hanging free. I think that is so nice. You got a very nice grade of hair, too. So it looks really nice. And I'm glad that you and Miss Rats have each other. Man, I'm gonna tell you, you are another one of the YouTubers on here that I watch and listen to, and I learn so much stuff from you guys. So much stuff. Everything that you talk about is always interesting and good and needed, and very appreciated. I appreciate just listening to you talk, and these segments and stuff that you be doing, man. It just blows my mind, and I want to get to do a lot more of that, but I feel like sometimes, and no disrespect, but a lot of times the crowds that I have to come through here, they don't, a lot of people may not want to listen to it. Mine is down to the bottom. Yeah, I know. I see it was long. I see that it's long, and it's. I like it. I like it. That is so nice. I had that long time ago, all the way down. I remember with me when I first started cutting my hair, I always just kept my tail, no matter what style I did. I always kept my tail, and then I remember the last time I cut my hair, I had a mohawk, and I still had my tail, and it had grew so long. And sometimes I used to take it and let it hang out for a while, you know, and then I'll twist it or braid it back up. And I used to put some beads on it, little things like that. Yes, I love the tail. Very, very nice. You were the type that you would be good as a counselor. because you got a lot of stuff that the way you speak that can really help people. He says, I haven't had a haircut in like 4 to 5 years. Well, you don't need to cut it. You got a beautiful head of hair. You should leave it just like it is. It's beautiful. Nice, healthy hair. It grows very nice. I wouldn't cut it if I was you. It looks good just the way it is. Let it grow, let it grow. And I meant to ask you too, how is your brother doing? Because I've been seeing some of your lives, but I haven't seen him unless I missed it. I haven't seen him in the comments. How is he doing? Let me try to. We are all around the world trying to survive, man. How is your brother doing, Rev? Because I know he was going through some stuff a while back. I'm not trying to get into his business or nothing, but I know that I remember that last time when I talked and he was in the live, he was, saying about, how people look at him when he's out because of what he's going through. Has he been good in recovery? So much going on in the world with us and our health and stuff as people, but this body was meant to break down. That's why we have to rely on the soul because our bodies can fail us. I'm trying so hard to really understand what I'm talking about and to believe and achieve in it too, because it's a lot better said than done. He says, I thought about. Oh, I'm glad he's hanging in there, and I think you would do good, Rev, because you know how to help, you know how to comfort, you know what to say, and you have your own experiences as well. So I think that you would be good, and I don't think it's too late either if you would be interested in trying it, because the kind of services that you provide would be greatly needed because of the fact that you don't go into that deep clinical in that kind of way. You know how they talk to you when you don't have the right kind of doctor or therapist. They don't talk to you right. You know what I mean? But you would have the right compassion because you can talk to people because you know how they feel because of what you went through and you really care. Because some of these professionals, they don't care nothing about you. You're just some money, and some pills to push out. You know what I mean? I think it's never too late. I think you should do it. Consider doing it. A lot of people say I should too. I mean, I don't think I'm doing anything good enough for that, but a lot of people tell me I need to do it too. Oh, I hear you. Well, you know what? I hear you, Rev. If that's how you feel, I get it. But at the same time, sometimes when you're in recovery and you're there to help other people, it helps you too, though. You know what you're capable of, at least, right? But I think that you know what I'm saying, because you don't want to get with nobody and have it be just about trauma bonding. You know what I mean? I get that. But I think that if you're not feeling that you're into it, then it's not the thing for you right now. But at the same time, sometimes when you're going through something, helping somebody else out, it helps your recovery too. Depends on what it is. You know what I mean? Or what you're looking for as far as that's concerned. So I hear you. You know where you're at with that. A lot of people keep telling me that I need to do that, counsel and stuff. I don't think I'm that good to be doing nothing, but a lot of people say I should too. Speaking about, guess what February 8th is? Is it is it your birthday? Because you seem like you could be a possible Aquarius. What is February 8th? Are you a Aquarius? Because you got that type of personality. What is February 8th? Not your birthday? What is it? I'm trying to think because there's so many different things. It's not your birthday. What would it be? Is it being sober or anything like that? Is it being sober? Sobriety? Yep, I figured that, or your birthday. Yes, it's coming right around the corner, man. Geez, that's right around the corner. Congratulations. Look, early congratulations. You're right there. Keep going. Keep going. And like I said before, a lot of folks addictions are caused by trauma that they experience in their life. Coping mechanisms. Because people don't realize that, whenever you have something hurting in you and you pick up a vice, it does make it go away for a while, but it's not permanent. That's what the problem is. It always comes back. And while you're trying to stay, away from it, it ends up ruining another part of your life. So I know I get that. Goodbye, Jenny. Thank you so much for coming. Blessings to you and your family. Thank you. Big up yourself. I didn't even know you were still here, Jenny. I hadn't heard from you in a while, so I appreciate you stopping by. I did not know that you were here, Jenny. I thought you were gone. Thank you, darling. This is it. I reached out for help and got the help I needed to get sober from pain pills after being. Oh, I remember you telling me that too, Rev. Oh yes, and you know what? That's another thing too. For 7 years, and just like I tell you, with that stuff with the pain, a lot of times, those doctors, like when you really have some a legitimate pain, and then you've already finished your treatment, you've already healed, and long as you keep telling them that you still hurting, they keep writing out prescriptions, and they don't realize that they're helping make you an addict. You know what I mean? 'Cause they're supposed to be paying attention to that with the opiates and all of that these days, because a lot of times people have gotten hooked on the pills and did or didn't have any more pain. You know what I mean? And then that becomes a whole nother type of nightmare. So I am so glad, because I know I got a lot of people that have been on pain medications for um for pain, but they end up addicted to it. Unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, they end up becoming addicted, and that is a hard pill to swallow, because you're doing it for health purposes and it turns into something else. You know what I mean? One love, sis. Yes, bless up, bless up, bless up. You are awesome. I'm glad you came by, because I don't hear from you and I'd be worried you're seeing if you're all right. I see you over at Winsome's house sometime, and I'm glad that you're doing well. And blessings to you. Have an awesome weekend, because we know say it is the weekend, right? Thank you, darling. I feel so bad, Jenny. I didn't even know you were still here. I would have been chatting at you. She says mint over 60. I know that's right. Looking just as good as a spring chicken, eh? Them youth don't have nothing upon you. Firm, strong. Wow. Yeah, see, that's why I said when you have these lives, you don't know who's resting on the side with you, you know? And I don't want to leave nobody out, but I thought everybody was long gone. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you for blessing me with my YouTube friend them. I big up yourself. Big up all for self. One love. Oh, that water. Ooh. Having been to times decided I really didn't worry about having. Yeah, that gets bad because that is more harder to manage the addiction than it is the pain, and then it starts becoming hard to keep up with the pills or being able to afford the pills, you know, and then after a while, if you have a doctor that's paying attention and they cut you off, then you have to look for something in the street. Oh, did I really? Good. Good, Rev. See, this is what I like when we get on here and something just like I'm gonna tell you. I don't know if you know my guy G.I. Joe. He's one of my YouTube brothers, but I told him that I was just talking in the live, and I said this is how I get down on my side of the town, and he said, you know what, Rruk, you gave me an idea. I'm gonna write a song about that. And now you saying I gave you an idea for a short. Oh, that's nice. Oh, Rev, I want you to make sure that you let me know so I can check it out. I like that. You got a lot of knowledge in you, man. You are something else, Rev. Very, very intelligent. I wish enough people knew about you here on YT so that they can come and get some help because sometimes when you feel that you're not well or recovered enough just for what you're going through in the moment that you're in can really help someone else, you know. I know it may not seem like it. You know how a lot of people say, well, I'm still, dealing with my demons and problems, so I can't be a service to someone else, but that's not true. I think you can, especially with all this kind of stuff that we be talking about and all, honey, you're there. You got enough for whatever you've already accomplished to really be a big help. Definitely. And I'm glad that gave you an idea. He said it's short in the style of Belgium. Okay. Okay, well that sounds good to me. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Rev. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. What is you talking about? That sounds good, man. Let's go. Let's go. G.I. Joe, let's go. I'm glad. That sounds good. You said Belgium, huh? What in the world? That sounds good, man. I said it is a short. Well, good. I'd love to see what you come up with. Keep me posted so I can check it out. I want to know so I can stay posted with it. Let me see. I will be back soon. In the meanwhile, look at okay. He said I will be back soon. Okay. Let me see Belgium. Look it up now. Benjamin. 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 Mm-hmm. Okay. Was he a professor? Let me see. Okay. Which one is he? Releases new EP, keep moving forward, making a milestone in his national recovery. Oh, advocacy, I see it. Oh, clean. Check out Love is Free from Benjamin, new EP. Keep moving forward. Oh, I see it. Oh, I see it, Rev. I don't know if you're still here or not, Rev. I see it. Oh, oh, I like that. Let me put some music. Come back, Rev. There's something going here. Let me put on my reggae. Where is it?
You're chilling in the rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Just not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Can't twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh, baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh. my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Can't twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Can't twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly.